Welcome to the GunShells.com lobby chat.
Are they still doing the YouTube operator chat?
Yeah, probably.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I have a feeling Flippy would be like a fun drunk to hang out with.
Maybe.
Like I used to know a guy like Flippy. Like we'd go to the bar, right? He'd get all plastered, and then we'd like find like the one transvestite at the bar, and then go up to him and be like, "Hey, our friend over there thinks you're all cute. Like you should go over there and talk to him." Good times, man. Like cut that down a little more.
Dude, I was watching that video Flippy posted. Biggest group of fucking emo-looking weirdos.
Oh, I don't even click on his videos anymore, man. I can't. Like,
It's a cover of like a pop song by a metal band, it looks like.
like, like something his little sister would watch, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what his fascination is with like teenage teen pop bebop music. Like I don't know like what his fascination with that shit is, but it's gotta stop. Flippy has horrible fucking taste in music, man.
Wow, that's
Like
fucking...
I can appreciate a lot of music. I mean, I listen to blues, classical, country, rock, heavy metal, like all sorts of shit, right? Like there's even some rap I listen to, but the shit Flippy listens to, no.
Maybe because he's a millennial. And their music all their music sucks pretty much.
It's okay, lay back down.
I'm just reading a stupid article. Facebook.
Okay, that Animal and Me group, that cover band shit that Flippy posted.
Yeah.
It's like a straight rip off of like Corn. Like they're like, oh, like we're just gonna like act like Corn, and
Like candy corn.
yeah, like it's just like. Uh,
Hey there, Dusty.
Okay, I think maybe I have things on now.
Yep, you sound loud and good now.
I tried it earlier and I felt like I was in a tin can all night. Which I don't know what's going on with all these chat sites.
It's just Google, like, updating Hangouts and stuff, so it's acting weird for everyone right now.
Okay. So you still build new toys?
Oh yeah. Well, right now I've kind of been mainly working lately on upgrading a few that I've already built. Just going back over them, adding some things, upgrading them. But I am building a new rifle next week. Finally gonna get my lightweight build done, and then I have another one like pretty much like ready to go right after that too. So I got at least two more I'll be building in the month of December.
I need to learn more about light, about like light transmission, the colors of light, or I guess they call it the temperature of light.
Yeah, and I studied that a few years ago when I was building my workshop, and it's very complicated.
I think the lights in my room give me a headache. Because if I'm in my room like too much, like building an AR or something, right, and I have like the lights going, I just seem to get a fucking headache in there. But if I do it out at the front, in the front room or at the kitchen table, then it's like I'm fine. So
Have
I
you
think
been?
it's
Have you had your eyes checked by a doctor?
Oh yeah, several times I wear glasses and shit. So
Okay, well, that's where I learned my problems was coming from. So I ended up having to wear glasses too.
I
A
think
problem
it's
with for fluorescent lighting. I have major problems with it. I think I see the little flicker in that fluorescent lighting.
wanna go outside. Wanna go outside? Come on. Wanna go outside? Come on.
Have you tried any LED lighting?
Yeah, I do have some LED lighting in my kitchen. I do. Um, in my front room, I do, and it's like more of a white light, I guess, than like kind of like a orangish light, like the fluorescence. And I'm thinking that may be my issue. But I'm really kind of convinced now that it's like the color of the light or whatever, the temperature of the light that's giving me headaches.
And that very well could be. And like you said, LED lighting is more white than most lights. And I think if you go by the numbers to this, I think the lower number means it's more white and more towards sunlight.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with sunlight. It's just those damn fluorescents in my bedroom. Just I definitely need to get better lighting in my bedroom. I think that's
Well, and the other thing about fluorescent lights, once the bulb's been up for a year or two, they start to have more flickering to them. Might be to where you could just put new bulbs in your bedroom lights and they wouldn't bother you anymore.
that could totally be it too.
Because they have a life cycle from day one, and then after that they just keep going down and down and down. Which I know in my workshop, when I have a bulb burn out, I replace every bulb in the shop because that tells me it's time to replace them all.
I've just slowly been replacing the fluorescents in my house with LEDs as they go out.
I know it, and I've done my house, most of the can lights in our house replaced with LEDs, and I really would love to upgrade my shop to LED lights too. But I've where they're making those 8-foot fluorescent bulbs in LED. They're changing the ballast and doing a simple fixture change. Which our house, I don't know that I'll see any money savings on. Change my shop because I leave those lights on pretty much 24/7. The money change or money savings with them.
You're making a mess.
Well, I'm about to pass out. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, yeah, I'm about the same way, man. I got a headache. I think I'm gonna go lay down.
Yeah, and I promised my wife I'd take her to Cabela's tomorrow, so I probably should go get some sleep myself.
All right, man. I'll catch you later.
Again.
Hey, Sean, what's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. I think we joined the wrong lobby. I think everybody else is in Dead Horses or Moons.
I thought that one ended earlier. And hell, this link, Dead Horse posted this link that I clicked on.
Yeah, I know.
It's like the last one that was posted in the chat.
Well, let's see. Where's... Oh, everybody's gone, too. I think everybody went to bed or something.
Oh. That's weird.
Yeah, it's just us, G. You want to... Well, I know you're doing work, so you probably don't want to jump in. Freaking, yeah. So you're going back to night shift?
Do what?
Are you going back to night shift?
Oh, I've been on night shift.
Oh, okay, so you were saying you got to stay. Oh, because you were.
Oh,
because
yeah, I was on my days off, so I gotta flip it back around because usually on Tuesday I come in, I just take a short nap, and then I'm up to the shop, and I'm there the rest of the day. And so, and then on Wednesdays, some days I'm at the shop, some days I'm at home. So I stay up all night Wednesday night so that I can sleep Thursday as I go back in on Thursday night.
Oh, right on. Oh, shit, that's... Oh, yeah, that's what you got to do. I get to do the same thing when I work Graves. And for a while there, I was working 2 jobs that are split, so I go to work, and I get like 3-4 hours sleep, then I go to work, and I get like 3-4 hours sleep, then I go to work.
Yeah, that's the way it is days that I go up to the shop. That's why I usually keep the days that I go to the shop on my days off, because unless they got something they need me to help them with or something, then I just wait till one of my days off to go up there and do anything.
Yeah, right on. Shit. So that's why you haven't been around on Fridays and stuff.
Well, on Fridays, I'm usually either at work or getting ready to go to work when you start your show. So, usually like if I'm off on Friday or something for some reason, then, usually that's when I'm able to hop in. But most of the time I'm either just waking up or in the process of getting ready for work.
Yeah, I got you.
Bit the side of my tongue yesterday, and now I can't talk right.
I hate that, dude. The day's going on just fine, and just out of nowhere, bite down on the tongue, and all of a sudden you're like, fuck.
Yeah, I did it at some point during the show last night, and then it kind of swelled up a little bit. So I noticed last night when I was in the lobby last night, I started talking like I had a mouthful of chewing tobacco or something.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, yeah, I guess there is if you're not used to doing that. I don't know. I think the worst thing biting your tongue is biting like the inside of your cheek. You ever do that? Just randomly?
Yeah.
that bites. Pardon the pun, but yeah, that really sucks.
Man, I'm checking out this band that I think Flippy posted it earlier. They do like covers of pop songs and shit, but it's like they do like metal covers of pop songs, and some of their shit's actually good.
Let's see. I think he might have. Oh yeah.
They're
Might
called
be
like,
Animal Me.
yeah, Animal and Me. Yeah, some of their stuff's actually pretty damn good.
Yeah, I heard this one before.
Yeah, that was just kind of funny because the song that it is and everything, that the one he posted, that Carly Rae Jepsen song. But
Yeah.
I was checking out some of their other stuff because the instrumental in that song sounded pretty good, and I thought, well, that actually sounds pretty good. And so I started checking out some of their other stuff, and they got some of their stuff's actually real good. And that girl's got a good voice.
Flippy's actually turned me into a couple of bands. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of Love and Death.
I don't think I've heard of them.
It's the guitar player from Korn. The way Flippy
Oh, really?
describes it. He found God, left Korn, and then started this band. Now, it's not a Christian band, but they do a cover of Whip It. That's pretty cool.
Hmm.
And they actually got some good music. You might want to, check them out.
Oh, and I think a few months ago we were talking about Temple of the Dog, and I think it was you that was asking if Alice in Chains had something to do with that, and I remembered the band that Lane Staley was actually part of around that time. That was another band that was a mashup band, and I think the band that you were thinking of was Mad Seasons. They were also a band that was it was like a conglomeration of, can't remember who all it was, but I know it was Lane Staley, the guitarist from Pearl Jam, and then a couple of other guys. I don't remember what bands they were from, but it was called Mad Seasons, and they put out like one album, and I don't know if they ever toured or anything. It was like both bands they toured together one time or did a couple of shows on a tour, and then when they were in their downtime, I think it was Lane Staley had went to rehab, and the guitarist from Pearl Jam was in there as well, and they got to talking and decided to do a project together, and that's what they did. Is they made that band, and they had some really good shit. It's just like they only had that one album. I can't remember the name of the album. I'll look it up real quick.
That's probably all it was. Was like they were like, "Hey, we make music. Let's make music." It was probably just like
Well, it was around the same time. Well, see, it was around the same time period, same genre of music, and I don't think any of the members were the same, but it was like parts of Pearl Jam and parts of some other bands that overlapped each other to make those two bands.
Yeah, it's a good possibility. I mean, it sounds real familiar, so it probably is. Like,
Above was the name of the album.
okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to Google that shit. Put that down on my my Google playlist. I don't know if you're like into like that Nordic heavy metal thing.
I like some of that. The
Night Storm and
I like some of that stuff like that, like the Norwegian death metal.
Yeah, where it's kind of like well, not death metal because it's like it's heavy metal music, but they do some operatic singing, and they
Oh yeah,
throw in
yeah. I
some
can't remember.
growling.
That's like a subgenre, but yeah, I can't remember what they call that. But yeah, it's kind of I think it's kind of like a subgenre of Norwegian influence.
I know this band's like pretty big in Europe. It's called Semblant.
Oh, I've heard of them.
Yeah, they got a few good songs. I mean, well, they actually got a couple. I mean, more than a few that I like. But the thing that got me was the female singers smoking hot, and it was like they're weird to watch, but I like their music. And both of them have really good singing voices. And the guy singer, he can do that like that high scream and the low growl type stuff. I don't know if it's like doctored or what, but I mean, it sounds good.
Oh, I threw that over in the side chat. I threw the link to the video for Mad Seasons River Deceit. That was like their big hit.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Yeah, I remember that song. Thanks. I added it to my playlist. I will go into the find some more of their stuff.
Yeah, I was listening to Pandora. It was a couple of weeks after we had talked about that, and I was going through trying to set up some new stations and stuff, and I happened upon an old alternative station that had like a lot of '90s alternative stuff, like not just Pearl Jam and Nirvana every three songs, and it had like a lot of one hit wonders and shit on there too, like stuff that most people, unless they lived through it, they never even heard of it, and most of us had probably forgotten it. And so it was like reminding me of a lot of bands I'd forgotten about. And I happened upon them, and I was like, wait a minute, I know that band. I know that's got to be Lane Staley. And so I looked it up, and then I remembered. When I looked it up, I was like, yeah, I remember that now.
Man, my friend Brad is like, he like picks the most fucking the most unique music. Like we'll be sitting back, chilling out, drinking some beers, and like just do a playlist. Everybody puts in music that they like, and like he brings out some shit. Like he's like, "Oh yeah, these people." I'm like, "Who the fuck are they?" And then the music will play. I'll be like, "Oh yeah, okay, I know them." I've never been big in like knowing like everything about bands, The hell, not even band names, just songs.
I used to a long time ago, and I can't do it anymore. Daryl does. I mean, he remembers all that shit.
Well, yeah, that's his thing, you know. I don't know if you like country, but I don't know if you know the guy Ryan Weaver.
Yeah, I just clicked on that link. I know I've seen that guy before. I probably heard something from him.
Well, every time I like played at my friend's place or whatever, because I have a very eclectic taste in music. But anytime I play it, they're like, "Oh, Kenny Chesney." I'm like, "No, it's Ryan Weaver." And actually, he does a couple of songs. He just did one called "Burn." It's supposed to be America's new fight song. Tactical Shit kind of did a thing on him. But I really like that song. It's not too bad. So I don't know. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Plus, like Flippy's got me listening to bands like Icon for Hire, and like I don't know, dude. Because like I've been on a really big In This Moment kick lately.
I like In This Moment. I like some of their older stuff. I mean, it's hard to call it older stuff because it's not that old, but
Yeah.
I like their older stuff a little better than their newer stuff, I guess. But yeah,
Well, their
I
newer
like
stuff.
them okay. My wife's a real big fan of them.
Now, did she team up with a dude? Like, I know she did a song with Papa Roach, Gravity. Maria Brink
Yeah, I
did
think
anyway.
so. Yeah.
But like, there's a couple of songs like "Sexual Hallucination." There's a dude in it, and then
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know who that is that's in it, or if it's just one of the other normal members of the band that just doesn't normally sing or something. I don't know. I don't know enough about them really to know. I mean, my wife could probably tell me, but
yeah, like I don't know either. But freaking, so okay, yeah. I've been like, oh yeah, Maria Brink. She's my future ex-wife. She doesn't know it, but she is, right? So he's like, oh, check out Icon Fire. It has a cute chick in it. I'm like, oh, all right, cool. She kind of reminds me of the drummer from Skillet. And then like the Dirty Youth, and I'm like, a lot of chick bands here. But then he throws out like some weird shit like Mindless Self-Indulgence. That one threw me off. Demon Hunter. They're pretty good. But other than them, like those bands, like he suggested several bands to me. But I've between that Five Finger Death Punch, I've been on a big Static X thing lately.
I can't stand Static X.
Evil Disco.
I have never liked Static X.
You know what? I saw him live, and it was a fucking awesome show. And it was like one of the, I don't know, dude. It's just good memories for me, so that's probably why I like them.
Yeah.
Sometimes music can be crappy, but it just gives you good memory.
Well, there are some bands that I don't particularly care for all that much, but just the fact that they put on a really good show kind of bumps them up a little bit, because there's plenty of bands out there that I just don't really care for, but for some reason or other, I've caught them live for whatever reason, and so I have an appreciation of them because of that.
No, I definitely get you. That's kind of what got me stuck on In This Moment. Like, I saw them live with Hailstorm. I like Hailstorm too. I saw Gwar live. I'm not a big fan of Gwar.
I'll tell you
still
what.
a great show, but I mean,
talking about Hailstorm, Lizzie has definitely gotten better live than she was, because, and I think that she may be able to credit that to Lita Ford, because I've heard some of her live shows that she did while she was on tour with Lita recently. It sounds a lot better than her live stuff used to sound.
Dude,
because she used to go off key a lot, and she doesn't do that anymore. She she's pretty much, she still, does a lot of scream to, I guess, to keep from going off key. But she definitely, she controls her voice a lot better now than she used to.
Freaking, she does a couple of slower songs, like Familiar Taste of Poison.
Yeah.
I really like that song. I think she does a great job in that song. She's got when in her range, she's got a great voice. I do like the fact that she adds a little edge to her music when she does a little scream, when she adds some scream, just a little bit of scream to it.
Well, that's a different thing if it's like already supposed to be there, like it was manufactured, it was put in there as part of the song. But she would do it like when she was performing live. She would do it if she's like if she was straining her voice or something, she would just move it into a scream, like so that she didn't go off key. It's like a mechanic that some people use in order to keep from just completely screwing up a lyric or something. Kind of like how some people will just go into like a mumble or something, to like some incoherent thing they do till they get their voice back.
Oh, okay, I got you. Freaking, yeah. I mean, I will admit I was drinking a lot of beers when I saw her live, and but still, I mean, I like to think I have a decent ear for music, but I've never even noticed things like that. I just go with the show, and I always assume live shows, they're going to be, especially like at smaller venues, they're not going to be like, I don't know, super dynamic.
You expect somebody to go off key every now and then at a live show, and you expect improvisation from time to time, because I mean, especially when they're moving around the stage, because they're going to trip on a cable, or they're going to do something that's going to cause their even get distracted by something in the crowd, and either they're going to forget a lyric, and so they'll end up just putting some bullshit in the middle of the song until they trail back around or something, or they just their voice catches for some reason, swallow a fly or some shit.
Yeah, that's so when they're live, I give them leeway. When they're perfect live, that's when I'm like, wow, they had a good show.
You're like, wait a minute, you're too perfect. There are some artists that's like, wait a minute, you're a little too perfect there.
Oh yeah, they're like good.
Like at Rockville, at Rockville a few years ago, Pretty Reckless. What's her name? She fell down. She like tripped, fell, and had to pick herself up by the mic stand. Turns out she was battling laryngitis, so she was actually lip syncing because she had laryngitis and didn't want to cancel the show. So they had her vocals popped in, and nobody would have ever known if she hadn't tripped, because she recorded a live recording of that to use in case she had voice problems. So it was still a live recording. It was not auto-tuned or anything. It was her singing. It was just she had done it so that she could use it if she ever had a problem. And since she had laryngitis, they used it instead of canceling the show, because that festival was so big, they didn't want to cancel out on it, because you're not going to get a replacement. It's going to be an empty spot, all that crap.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of a make or break thing. Like, either it goes off without a hitch, or you could end up.
Well, I don't think a whole lot of people noticed it, because only like a few people, mostly music people, really noticed it. Of course, everybody was probably pretty drunk by that time too, because it was like they were like middle of the day or something when they were playing, and people had been playing all day long.
Yeah, I could see that. Freaking, I don't know, man. I mean, shit. Bands I've touted as like being awesome live. Like, believe it or not, I've heard performances of Five Finger Death Punch where the lead singer's been off key in certain areas, and I'm like, ouch, that had to have hurt, you know? But
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of bands that are supposed to be good that they just have a bad performance, or maybe near the end of the show they start falling off, or maybe they start out bad and then they pick up in the middle and hit a stride or something. It's just something that happens.
oh yeah, and it's just, well, when I was referred to him going off key, it was just like in one section. It was like one verse of the song, and then it just
Yeah, that I usually expect from a live performance. I kind of expect there to be something in there somewhere that kind of reaches out and slaps you in the face and reminds you that you're listening to something live. And then even if the rest of the show is just perfectly great, something is gonna just up and like, this is live, it's not a recording.
Oh, that's how you know they're not faking
Somebody's
it.
a guitar string breaks or something, and so you get like they throw a guitar off stage and somebody throws them another one. Or even if they just walk over and switch guitars out or something, something happened. And sometimes you don't even really hear it because it's not a big enough deal, but sometimes you do, because you'll hear either a screech or you'll hear a pop from one of the monitors. You'll hear that loud pop when it like when it overdrives the pickup, and so it makes that loud pop.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I was also reading in the lobby. G-Webs is like, what the fuck's up with this hashtag Flippy Love Fest all up in here tonight? Hashtag get a room. Come on, G. We were just mentioning some bands that he selected for that he linked for us to look at.
You weren't in the other lobby earlier. Flippy was all up in there. He went full hit-tard. His yeah, he was full Texan. You know how he's always like so proper and prissy and shit all the time, and he was full like, how y'all doing?
He went hictard. I love how you say that. It's hilarious. Never go full hictard. Oh man, that's funny shit, dude. I actually have to go back and listen to that.
Wait, I don't think that it's no, it was alive. That's right, because Moon I think Moon actually got that one to go up. I think they said Moon got that one to go up, and it was actually live. And I couldn't remember with all the stuff that's not been working right lately.
We were having a battle of the lobbies earlier. Freaking Night Strike, me, Jimmy, Mr. Knives, and Raphael were in one, and like I guess Flippy, Gavin, Dead Horse, Moon were in another, and they're like, "Come over here, it's better." Like, "Nah, it's better over here. Why aren't you guys coming to ours?" It's like, and they're like, "Oh, you think you're too good to come into ours?" We're like, "We're better than you. It's the North versus the South. We're the South side, and you're the North," because they're all Washington and stuff, except for like Flippy, and then like everybody in, I guess it was Night Strikes. No, it was Jimmy's, and so Jimmy's all lived in southern states, so And then Pinks was like, "Which one do I go to?" I'm like, "Come into ours." He's like, "Whichever one doesn't have whoever, I'll come in there." That was pretty funny. And then we went to the other thing. So
yeah, I was having some internet problems earlier. joined into that lobby that they had going a couple of times, but my internet kept flipping out on me, and I think it's because of the weather. We've had some bad weather here. Not a lot of rain, but which we were promised rain. They told us we were going to have a lot of rain. We had a lot of wind and crap.
We
Not
had the
much
wind and
rain.
crap. We had the wind and crap, but we also got the rain. And we got snow.
And we haven't had a lot of rain. We had a little bit of rain yesterday, just enough to piss Daryl off. We were trying to work on Tracy's daughter's truck, and so Daryl was crawling up under it, messing around with stuff, and it started raining before we got done, and so it was just enough for him to get wet while crawling around up under there to see about the fuel lines, and that was about all the rain we got. It was just enough to wet the grass enough that he got his pants wet when he went to crawl around up under there.
We actually got a decent rain out here. It lasted for a few days. I mean, 3-4 days, something like that. And then we got some snow on the mountains. Now, they said it was supposed to snow down to like 3,500 feet, but it didn't get that far. It may have got some, but it melted away by morning or whatever. Yeah. So I was like going, okay, I got to go up the hill. But there were so many clouds banked up against the side of the mountain, I couldn't see the pass. So I didn't know if the pass was closed or not. So I go to work thinking I'm going to go up that way first. End up going the other way. Come back. The guy who went up the pass first time hadn't been back yet. And that's one of the shorter routes. And I went on the longest route. And I'm like, did anybody bother to see if the pass was closed? Oh, we've been busy doing paperwork and stuff. I'm like, get on the computer and check. So they got him. Oh, it says no obstructions or anything. I'm like, well, then what? I'm like, that's when I realized it was everybody coming home from Thanksgiving Day weekend. Coming out to the pass, and that sucked, dude. Like, I got back. I was supposed to be off at 3. I got off at like 5:15 because I had to go up the pass next. It didn't take me long to get up, but getting down, it took me a while.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Right on.
But
Perfect timing. I just listened to that Crank It song by Ryan Weaver while you were gone. It just ended too. Oh, one thing I like about him, he's a Black Hawk pilot, or he was a Black Hawk pilot. So he's a vet. So I support my vets. You there?
yeah, I was just overseeing who all was still actually on gun channels.
Yeah, I just went through everybody and I was muted. So yeah. Yeah, I think it's like you, me, Edwin, and Smeggy's on his phone. Doesn't mean he's necessarily listening.
Yeah.
I guess Beagirk's on his phone too, but he's working. Edwin showing that he's live, but he ain't around. I don't see him typing nothing in or nothing. He's probably just listening in. Yeah, it's a pretty slow night. This is weird because generally on Wednesdays, like, I'm up until like 3 in the morning chatting with people. That's my time, so it'd probably be like 6 o'clock
Yeah.
your time. Now, are you in? Oh, you're not. You're in Alabama, right?
Yeah.
You're in southern Alabama.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was up north that all those tornadoes hit and weather.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually when there's bad storms like that, usually it's like above Montgomery. That's a bad area up there.
Oh,
We have a
well,
bad
no,
area. We have a bad area like, I guess, southeast of here, but it's like one little place. Like there's a place they call Tornado Alley down through there, but it's like actually an alley. It's like a couple of miles wide and maybe 8 or 10 miles long. That tornadoes just kind of they hit through there all the time. There's not much in that area, so it pretty much it'll mess up a few ponds and like some planted pines and stuff. There, I don't know if there's any actual houses there anymore because I know there used to be one that was abandoned, or it was probably for sale or something, but nobody lived there, and it got tore down a couple of years ago.
By the tornadoes, or just?
No, it got tore down by the tornadoes. Yeah, it finally got ripped apart by tornadoes. Yeah, it kept getting like just barely missed, and like the yard and stuff would get, like trees would fall in the yard and stuff. But eventually, a tornado actually hit it and tore it up pretty bad.
Oh, that's gotta suck. I hope for people who owned it
I
had
don't
insurance.
even know who owned it anymore because like it had changed hands a few times over the years, but there wasn't anybody currently living in it and hadn't been for some time. So I'm not sure I'm sure it was probably somebody's grandson that lived, somewhere else probably owned it. So it, they probably weren't even local anymore.
I don't know why it wouldn't change hands just because tornadoes go through the backyard all the time.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, the only tornado alley I know was like the main tornado alley, like the whole central United States kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, well, hey, some people go, "Hey, I'd rather deal with earthquakes than tornadoes," and other people, "I'd rather deal with tornadoes than earthquakes." Some people are like, nobody ever says, "I'd rather deal with hurricanes." So, but I guess all the people in like coastal cities on the East Coast, I guess they're just used to them.
Well, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I guess if you grow up dealing with earthquakes, then you learn how to handle them, learn how to prepare for them, and so it's not that big a deal. 'Cause I know people that live on the coast that they're like, it's just something we have to deal with.
Well, like there's really no preparing for an earthquake; it just hits.
Yeah,
There's they've
well,
tried to like
at least we get a couple of weeks notice, at least a few days, because for a couple of weeks it's like, well, it may come this way or it may go that way. And then, a couple of days in advance, it's like, oh, it's coming up through here. We're either going to get some wind or we're going to get a lot of crap. And most of the time it's wind. But every now and then we get one that's like a direct line through. So, we get hit pretty hard. Like Opal and I guess Ivan was pretty bad. I guess probably the worst one we've had in a while that came straight through here was probably Opal. I guess that's that actually hit us and did us a lot of damage. Because see, Katrina was further over. We barely even got any wind off of it. It was far enough over that it didn't really do a lot to us. Now the Mobile area, they got a little bit, but it was slanted too far over for it to really throw anything our way.
Oh, that's a good thing. For you, anyway. For everybody else, it kind of sucks. But,
Yeah.
With earthquake, it just hits. It's like you're laying in bed or you're watching TV or whatever, and then, and you're like, shit, okay. Get to a doorway, dive underneath this. Like, when I lived at my mom and dad's house, I dove underneath the pool table because it was big and strong and would be able to hold things up. Well, I didn't really dive, but I mean, if it was a big one, by the time I got there, it was generally over. It was like,
yeah, that's the thing about
get to it.
Yeah, by the time you get to your safe area or whatever, your earthquake zone or whatever it is that get to safety, then it's already over with.
Yeah, doorways, like really strong tables, like a pool table. It's like not a crappy pool table, a good solid pool table. Like my mom and dad. My dad, we got it with the house when we moved into it when I was a kid. It was like made of oak or something and fucking huge and heavy and well built. So like, okay, I definitely that thing. That's when I was a little kid. But after a while, it's just like, it's an earthquake, whatever. Just sleep through it. If the building's gonna fall on me, it's gonna fall on me, kind of thing. I mean, the bigger ones, they last a while. They'll last for a bit, a couple minutes. But I mean, that's not like a hurricane. Hurricane is like you're getting thrashed for a bit, like a good minute.
When there are earthquakes around here, you hear about them after the fact because they're so small. Because there actually is a fault somewhere, but you hear about them like the next day because the data has to be analyzed to pick out all of the like railroad tracks and stuff in that area, because those things actually register a little bit, and they have to differentiate between the railroad and the actual seismic activity. I actually heard that somewhere one time that was why we never heard about them right after they happened, because they have that data running or whatever, and they have to pick them out from other things because they're so small. They're like they register about the same as a train that's a few hundred feet away from you.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and I don't know. Like, we get earthquakes here, and we'll look like you'll see people. Oh, there was an earthquake last night. Like there was. I was asleep. Sorry, I missed it. You know, that kind of thing. Um, but when a big one hits, it does do some damage. You know, obviously.
And then you have like Candlestick Park in, what was it, 92, 90, 91?
Oh, up there, yeah.
You remember that one?
Oh, yeah, I do. I felt that one. Everybody did.
Well, the reason that was stands out is because that one happened like the World Series was going on at that time. So, you know, it was like, were they preparing for a game or something when it happened? There were people there at the park. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that much too. But
I remember the World Series was going on, but I don't remember if it was like during a game or if they were practicing or what. I do remember people were at the park though.
I remember people being at the park, but I don't remember if it was actual game. I'm pretty sure it was during the series, obviously, because that's what, like you said, that's what made it news. But other than that, no, I don't remember much. The one that really sticks in my head would be like freaking Barstow earthquake. That one was, I don't think, was it Barstow? No, it was, I want to say it was Barstow. Because there was some building, I mean, it fucked up that town. It was a big one. I mean, it shook the mountains. Like, you see dust, like, afterward, like, dust was coming off the mountains. Like, it looked like a cloud, literally, but it was dust and dirt. And then, we're like, I don't know, 50, 60 miles away from Barstow, maybe a little further. And, yeah, it rattled the shit out of where I live, too. I mean, it shook the house, the pool, fucking was sloshing everywhere. I mean, my mom didn't have a pool. Yeah, so I mean, it was a big earthquake, and you know, it was just like, wow, that's a big one. And then it was like, it turned out to be like a 7-pointer in Barstow, and I was like, oh crap, it was like 7.4 or something like that, which is a major earthquake. It's like with the earthquake, the way I was explained to it as a child, or it was explained to me as a child when I was a child, was that just because it's like, oh, this is a 3-point, that's a 4-point, so it's only 1 point worse. It's actually like hundreds of times worse by jumping up one whole point, because like each percentage point intensifies, and then so it's like the difference between like a 3 and a 5 is like, you know, on a level of severity, it's like 1,000 times more damaging than a 3 would be, which is nothing. And a 5 does some damage locally, but not a lot. And then a 7 is like even thousands times more than that. It was like a 7, almost a 7.5, if I remember correctly. It was definitely a lot of land moving, you know. And of course, living where I'm at, growing up in this area, the San Andreas Fault is like right here. So anytime a major earthquake hits that comes off that fault or that affects that fault, we feel it too. So yeah, but earthquakes, they're actually pretty simple to deal with. I mean, you write it out. That's all you can really do, you know. But with a hurricane, like you said, you get more time to prep for it and all that. And sometimes still that's not enough. In some aspects, I like the idea of dealing with an earthquake because you don't know it's coming, and then it hits, and then it's gone. And then you may have...
Well, for the most part with hurricanes, there's 2 reasons that that people get fucked up by hurricanes. They either don't prepare properly, so they either think they're going to ride it out when they're not prepared to ride it out. It's like, oh, I'm going to ride it out, and they're in a fucking trailer. Or they can't, right? They just don't have any way to do it because they're like whatever reason, homeless people, people that are, in a situation where they just don't have a way to deal with it, or just they think that they're more prepared than what they are.
I got you. That makes sense. It makes like, okay, what do you do normally? Like, if you got an imminent hurricane coming your way, what do you do to prep for it?
I move my truck.
Where do you move your truck to?
To where the trees aren't at. I got trees on one side of my yard, so I move my truck so the trees can't fall on it. That's what I do to prepare for a hurricane. Because other than that, my house is block. The outer walls of the house is block. The frame of the structure it's a cinder block building. And I mean, it's been rebuilt and stuff since then, but it was originally a cinder block structure. So the outside structure of the house is cinder block, except for this room that I'm in here. It was added later. So it's not cinder block, but so the outside of the house is cinder block, and where it's sitting at and everything, it's not high elevation, but it's high enough that floodwaters usually don't come up this far, and it's low enough that usually where we are in the valley is low enough that tornadoes usually go over top of us. If anything, they usually don't touch down this far down.
Okay, well, that's good. No, I mean, like, you're probably already stocked up on food and water and shit like that.
I'm pretty well stocked up anyway, just because we always because of the fact that we always kind of stay at least a little bit stocked up for that. And then kind of intensified when I started like being aware of it, because the whole prepping thing just kind of made me aware of the fact that I've been doing this my whole life. Because especially up until mid-November or so, because from late spring to early November is hurricane season, so we have to stay stocked up then, because one thing is that we're not going to make it to town if there's a hurricane, because there's bridges between here and town, and those usually flood out. Sometimes the roads get washed away, just depending on how much localized flooding there is. There's part of one of the roads that is going to probably wash out, and then the other way to get to town is through dirt roads, and those are going to be washed out. And the little bridges that are on those dirt roads, that they're like basically little creek bridges, so they're just like culverts that are
Okay.
So those, they get washed out around. You can't pass them. So you got at least a good couple of days that you're going to not be able to make it to town, and in those couple of days, town probably is closed down anyway, because there may not be any power or anything.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. No, it's got to be kind of nice to be kind of away from everything, so you don't have to worry about.
Oh yeah, it outweighs the other, because even if I was in town for at least one, maybe two of those days, town might as well not exist anyway, just because of the fact that they're going to be cleaning up roads, power's going to be out, so people are going to be more concerned about getting themselves back up and going than going and open stores up. So, it's just usually it's like everything's cleaned out anyway, because right before a storm comes in, everything clears out.
Yeah.
Everybody buys up all the essentials and all the canned goods. Walmart becomes a ghost town a couple of days before a storm. I mean, everybody just goes and buys everything up because they don't prepare for shit in advance. So they have to go and try to stock up on things before it's all gone.
Now, what about your windows, man? Do you like board up your windows at all, or?
No, because unless you have airtight windows, which I don't, like I said, this is an old house. I don't have storm windows or anything that on the outside of those windows that are airtight. So there are some, little, you in the wintertime, you can, run your hand around the windows and feel some leaks. They're not perfect, but I mean, I could probably fix that, but then, I'd have to crack a window or something possibly. Because unless it's airtight, you're probably not going to blow out windows like that. Like people tape up windows and all that shit, but usually that doesn't happen. But we do kind of shroud them up a little bit to keep debris from flying and hitting them.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is like, you board them up to keep things coming through the windows, keep the inside.
Well, I usually don't necessarily board them up, but I do kind of try to shield them a little bit.
Oh, that's cool. I guess that's what like storm shutters are for. I don't know if you have those or not, but
I don't. I know people that do have them, but I don't have them. Our old house had storm shutters on it.
That's right. You got that creek in your backyard.
Yeah, which is literally in my backyard when there's a storm.
I remember you showing me
There's
pictures of that.
there's like a concrete wall where the ground was leveled off when the house was originally built, where they built like a retaining wall to level the ground out, and the water never comes up past that, so that kind of works as a break to it kind of redirects the water too, because when it starts coming up, when the level rises up like it did, what was that, last summer or summer before last, when we had that flood, when I took all those pictures?
Yeah, I think it was this last summer. No, maybe it was.
I think it was summer before last.
Yeah,
but when I took all those pictures, that wall back in the back actually helps redirect that water around so that it doesn't keep coming up. Because usually it doesn't come more than like a foot and a half below that wall. That wall is actually about 5 feet high.
Oh, wow.
At the bottom of it, where it comes up, because that's how unlevel the ground originally was here, from the road down to where the creek is. It was that unlevel when they built that wall and everything down there so that they could put the house here. And see, this house has been here like it's probably 40 or 50 years, maybe more than that. I don't know, because they rebuilt the house, or redid it and everything, redid the inside of it and stuff when my wife was a kid, and she's in her late 30s now. So it was here a long time before that.
Was that her house growing up, or?
Well, they lived in this house for a little while, and then there's a house across the street or across the dirt road. They own like all the property around here when she was growing up. And so the house across the street was one of the houses they lived in, and then they lived in this house for a while too. So they kind of lived back and forth between them because their parents couldn't ever decide which one they wanted to live in. because one of them had these big nice porches on it, and the other one was, like I guess a cozier house, because like in the wintertime, this house had big fireplace and stuff in it, but the one across the road had these big huge porches, look like plantation porches, because they built porches that come off of two sides of the house and join each other, so it the porch wraps around the house or around two sides of the house, and so it's like these big huge porches. And so like during the summertime, they would live in that house, and during the winter, they would live in this house.
Wow, that's actually, I can see that. It must be nice to have that kind of problem. I think, well, okay, yeah, I get it. The houses I grew up in the mountains, we had a little patio type porch, like by the main door going into the house, and then we had this one took down some stairs and it ran down the length of the house. And that one was open, and the one by the door had a roof over it, and my dad had closed it. Like, you just put up some wood, painted it to match, and put some screens up, keep the bugs out, put a screen door in, and when it got cold and wet and all that up in the mountains, just kind of rolled down the plastic. He took like plastic sheets and had them rolled up, and just roll them down, and it kept the weather out. And that was kind of cool, because me and my friends, we hung out in that little area a lot, kind of to the point where it annoyed my parents, but whatever. But you figure you'd want patios like in the winter, because then you'd be covered.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a long way around those. Yeah, words are hard right now.
That's kind of like the front porch on this house is it's screened in, but it's not really a porch. It's just like a raised concrete slab.
Okay.
Because it's basically almost sits on the ground. It just sits just a little bit raised up off the ground. It's like a couple of steps, and that's it. It's just flat, basically on the ground. And then the back porch is actually a porch, but then it's kind of been built in, and half of it is built into a room now, because it was turned into a room several years ago. But yeah, this house has actually been reconfigured 3 or 4 times, because I think every time they moved out of it and then moved back into it, they rebuilt it before they moved back into it. Like the kitchen used to be at a completely different end of the house than where it is now, and they've moved walls and everything else. But because of the way the house was originally built, it's fairly easy to do that. All you really have to do is worry about the your wall coverings, because the walls are fairly easy to move. You just tear the ceiling out and then take the wall down, and you can pretty much move it anywhere because of the way that it's set up. It doesn't really, the main house, there's not really any of the walls that bear the load of the roof or anything on them.
Oh,
because
wow.
the rooms that extend the house out far enough for that to be an issue were built later, and those rooms are static, because one of them is part of the back porch, and then the other one is this room, which was built just a few years ago, and it just comes off of one side of the house. So it's basically just where we cut a door in one end of the house. We just cut that area out, and then we just build a room out here, and then just painted it to match the exterior of the house after we got done. Because The only way you can really tell is that it's not block on the outside where the rest of it's block. And pretty soon you're not going to be able to tell that either, because we're going to put siding over the block so that it matches the rest of the. That way the two rooms that have been added, they will actually match the rest of the house.
Well, that'll be cool. That's not going to be a small endeavor, I don't imagine.
Well, it's just putting up vinyl siding. I mean, it's not that huge of a deal, but I mean, you just that siding where you just put the tracks up and then you pop the siding in.
Okay.
That's what we've got. That's what we got on the ends on the rooms that we're adding on the additions. It's got that siding stuff on it. So all we have to do is put those tracks up on the where the block is,
And
just
then put siding inside that.
yeah. So it just basically it just sticks on the outside of the of where the blocks are, because you got like the I can't remember what it's called, but that board that runs across up at the top under the roof. That board is what
fascia.
I think. Yeah, I think so. But see, that is you fasten one track to that, and then you just run another one around the bottom and fasten to it. That way, you don't have to actually go into the block. But even in going into the block wouldn't be that big a deal. It's just that be another something else I would have to buy, because I would have to buy a bit to be able to do that with. Because I don't think I have one.
All right. Well, yeah, drilling concrete's kind of a pain in the ass. Drilling block.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just kind of a pain in the butt.
So, like, has it been cold out that way, or is it still?
Man, it is so jacked up around here. We got down into the 30s a couple of days. I think we may have actually dropped off, like below freezing, or technical freezing. It may have gotten like 31 one day or something, but it was like hovering around mid 30s for, I guess, 2 or 3 days, maybe most of a week. I don't know if it even lasted that long. Then it like jumped back up to the 80s, and it's been there ever since. It rained a little today, and it kind of cooled off a little after that. It may have made it into the 60s tonight. I'm not sure. I'll have to check and see if it even made it that low.
It was in like the high 60s, low 70s today, and it's like, well, it keeps fluctuating between 46 and 48 degrees where I'm at. And then I think last night it was much colder because I walked out and there was ice on top of my car. Just a little bit, just a thin layer. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, it gets a little bit cold out here. I mean, but not too bad yet.
I just refreshed my location on my phone just to make sure. And it says it's 53 degrees here. It might be because I am right down by the river and everything, so it's a little cooler than it is in town. We usually run maybe 5 degrees cooler down here than we do in town. And I don't know if it's able to accurately give me a temperature for here, because most of the time location stuff usually defaults to middle of town for temperatures, and I don't believe it's 53 in town because it doesn't feel all that cold outside. But I would buy 53 degrees for what it is right now. I mean, I don't feel like walking all the way out there where the thermometer is, but
Well, I go by my phone too. It generally gives me, I use the location, refresh it, and It's pretty accurate for this area. It might fluctuate plus or minus 2 to 3 degrees, you know. So I guess in a way that can be a large difference, but no, it feels like it's in the 40s right now. I just touched my bedroom window, and it's pretty cold. Not freezing, but it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's chilly out. I mean, it's almost time to break out turn on the heater. So give it a couple more weeks, I'll be running the heater.
Well, we've actually run ours a couple of times. Last week, I think it was when it dipped off for a few days, and by the time we started running them, it was time to turn them off though, because it was like the first day or two. We really didn't bother because it was still warm enough during the day that it was late enough at night before it dropped off cold that it was like wasn't cold enough to need to sleep with it really. So it's just like a comfort thing. So it wasn't even an issue for a couple of days. It was like one day when everybody was still awake long enough that it was a little chilly. It was like a little uncomfortably chilly.
Yeah, generally I'm a cheap bastard, and I just bundle up. Like, I'll throw extra blankets on the bed, or I'll maybe wear sweats when I'm not in bed, whatever. But yeah, I don't like to run the heater. The only reason I run the heater is in the morning, so when I wake up, I don't want to get out of bed. This is
that's how I'm. It's like it got cold enough that I needed to turn the heat on for when I went to take my shower before I went to work, because it was going to be cold when I got out of the shower. That's the main reason I turned the heat on those nights, because it's like there's plenty of blankets on the bed and stuff for that. And it didn't drop off really cold enough to get that cold in the house until really early morning anyway. And so it wasn't really an issue. And for me, wasn't an issue anyway, because I sleep during the daytime. So, if anything, most of those days I had to turn a fan on, which I have to sleep with the fan on anyway. I just turn it toward the wall when it's cool weather.
I got a ceiling fan I let run year round.
That thing doesn't make enough noise.
I don't really
gotta have that fan noise.
White noise.
Well, it drowns out any noise in the house that might bother me while I'm asleep. So, I mean, it's the wall itself is decent enough to drown out most any noise, but sometimes I can hear like TV or something through the walls, so that fan kind of drowns that out. So I just keep the fan running. I got a big, I think it's called a wind machine. I don't remember who makes it. It's just this big ass fan, and I run it on high every day when I'm sleeping. So if it's cool enough that wind is going to be cold or bother me, I just turn the fan I just flip it around so it's facing the wall and let it run. Because it does its main job anyway, because that's mainly what it's for, is just to drown out noise.
No, mine, I gotta have moving air. Steel air just kind of bugs the crap out of me. So it's like, so that's why I let the ceiling fan run. But I mean, it's not like it's a regular fan speed. It's just ceiling fan speed,
Yeah, well, I got a ceiling fan in there that runs. It's quiet, so it doesn't serve a purpose of drowning anything out. It just moves air around, and you just flip it the reverse direction during the wintertime so that it doesn't blow the air on you, and it still keeps the air moving.
Yeah, it's like my roommate, when he's home, he runs fans in his room for the white noise, so that way he can sleep, because our neighbors are kind of loud sometimes. And like me, I'm in the back room, so literally, I shut the hallway door, and then like I'll shut the bathroom door, it's like I'll leave mine open so I can watch the hallway, so I know when he comes home or whatever, if I'll hear somebody come in or whatever. Like if they get, like if for some reason I don't hear them kicking in my door to get in, I don't know. I shut off the hallway. That way it keeps, it's a smaller space to heat.
Yeah.
And, it doesn't take so much energy. But I mean, without closing, even during the summer when I close it during the summer, so, the swamp cooler gets back this way or whatever. But I don't hear nothing. Like people could be, people have come over and knocked on my door and stuff, and I'm just sitting back here, just chilling out, like watching TV or whatever. And then I'll get a call later, like, where were you? I've been at home. What are you talking about? Well, we stopped by and knocked on the door. And I'm like, well, that's your first mistake. I always tell you, call me before you come over, because I'm going to be in the back room. I'm not going to hear shit.
Yeah, I'm the same way back here, because I can't hear shit back here. I can't hear anybody knocking on the door. And I can't hear the phone ring back here unless I have it with me back here. Now, I keep my phone back here with me, but we still have a landline phone because we have to, because we have DSL. So we have to have that's kind of the way this shit works through CenturyLink. But anyway, we have to have the phone in order to be able to get DSL. So we still have a landline. It's the only damn reason we still have a landline. But if that phone rings, and I usually don't keep the phone back here because I have my cell phone back here. But if that phone rings, I can't hear it. I'm back here.
It's like I don't even
Like
have
I
a
said,
landline, so it's just my cell phone. So if anybody wants to talk to me, they got to call me.
The wall to my left is a cinder block wall. So, that's the wall that where we came through when we built, this room onto the house. This room and the room adjacent to this one, we cut out a doorway, and then we built this room and we built that other room. And so they're like basically two rooms at the end of the hallway. And so that one wall is that cinder block wall. So you don't hear shit on the other side of that wall.
Nope. There's some very good stuff. Like cinder block, cement, things like that are great for dampening noise. Yeah, that's a good way. It causes
me to have a repeater for my wireless, because I have the wireless router in here, and because I'm actually connected to it with my computer and my wife's computer over behind me on the other side of the room. They're connected through Ethernet to the router, and then everything else in the house is wireless. So we had to run a repeater in order to connect everything else, because that cinder block wall dampens the signal so much that the TV and stuff in the living room that connects to it as well, because the Wii U and the what the hell is that thing called? The Roku, the little streaming thing.
Yeah.
That I get Netflix and shit on the TV in there. Those things connect wirelessly to the router back here, but they couldn't reach it because it was too far away. Or wasn't too far away. It was just that the signal was dropped so much after it got through the wall that you had like one bar of signal up there, so it would drop all the time. So I had to get a repeater to boost the signal.
Yeah, Well, like, okay, with me and my internet, like, I've got cable internet, but I have to hit a Wi-Fi router to get in here, and then that, unless, like, I don't know, my signal's not always the strongest back this way. But if I go, like, I go out to the living room and I use my computer, it's way faster. So I could see where that could be an issue.
Yeah, plus my wife likes to use her laptop in the bed sometimes, and which is also at the other end of the house. So that's sometimes kind of an issue. So I got that wireless repeater and pretty much fixed the problem. I mean, it's strong signal up there now.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, that's the one flaw about this place. Well, there's more, but structurally, no, because, well, whatever. For signal strength, reception, the Wi-Fi router is next to the cable internet box that I have, and I just plug those two in, and it pumps out signal, like, outside the house, you know, my roommate's room, the living room. Great. Come back here, and it can get pretty iffy. Like, like we're talking, and then I'm not talking to anybody, and then I'm back, you know. So,
Well, I get signal really good now on the other side because used to outside the house, you could not, there was no signal at all. It was like by the time it got outside the house, unless you came like around this end of the house where it's just, you know, a regular wall with, you know, just wood and siding and whatever that backer board shit is. You know, then you could detect the signal back on this side, but on the other side of the house, on that end down there, it's like it was non-existent. Now I have my signal, I've got it hidden, I've got it secured, everything else, so that passers-by can't see it. Because I can connect with my laptop up on top of the hill, where the little place that we got on top of the hill up there that we've been working on. I can hook up and run from up there. The signal's real strong now.
well, that's kind of cool. Freaking.
That's just from adding that repeater.
Okay, now okay, obviously a modem takes the internet info, changes around, and then a Wi-Fi router routes the signals, and then you have a repeater on top of that?
Yeah, basically it works just like an access point, where an access point just gives you a wireless signal that's coming from your router, where your router, you know, it divides your signal up. It divides your internet up into separate nodes, so you can plug multiple computers in. And then with your wireless signal, if you in order to extend that, you connect a repeater to it, which works just like an access point. It's just instead of being tethered with an Ethernet cable, it uses that existing wireless signal, and then it can rebroadcast that. So it takes that existing wireless signal, and then it can rebroadcast it with full strength. And you just have to pair it up. You just have to pair it up to the router so that it knows, you know, so that they are connected together, so that they can talk to each other and know that that's the signal it has to broadcast.
Now,
it works just like radio stations. You know, they have repeaters that keep their signal going.
Yeah.
It's similar. It works similar to that. I mean, different technology, of course, but it works sort of similar to that.
Now, could you like mount that like on an antenna on your roof and then be able to extend your Wi-Fi usage? And like, say you're in your yard for some reason, you want to run your internet signal out by the creek while you're fishing or something.
Yes, I could. And depending on the type of antenna that I used, I could extend it quite a distance, actually. And there's certain types of antenna that you can use that'll extend your signal, and directional antennas are more powerful than others, but then they're subject to direction. Like what's known as a Yagi antenna. Sometimes people call it a cantenna, or the Pringles can antenna that people used to talk about.
Yeah.
It's a directional antenna, and it basically works like a set of beams, like for CB radio or for ham. You point your beams in the direction you're wanting to broadcast, and you can get miles. And people have gotten several miles with those Yagi antennas.
Well,
But you have to be directly in line with where the signal's going. So you kind of have to calculate where you're going to send that signal. And you can burn through brush with it and everything else. Like, it'll send that signal straight through like tree leaves and shit like that. Like a forest, basically. And yeah, you get a good strong signal that it takes quite a bit to weaken it down, but it's subject to almost exact direction. So it's got to be like basically what would be line of sight if there was nothing obstructing your sight.
yeah, okay. I got that. Now, shit, what was I going to ask? Fuck, I brain farted again. You have to forgive me, I've been up since like 5:30 this morning. Shit. I had something to do with the repeater, and never mind. We're moving on.
Oh, and you can chain those repeaters as well. So, like if you had a place where you needed to get your signal and one repeater wasn't going to be good enough, you can chain those repeaters. They do it all the time in hospitals, and pretty much warehouses do it. Anywhere that's a vast, huge building space, and they need to have wireless signal from one end to the other. A lot of times they'll use wireless repeaters. They can chain them so that they can cover that space.
Well, that's cool. Oh, that's what I was going to get to. Okay, so say you had a repeater and it pumped out, say, I don't know, gave you a mile, right? A directional, and you get a mile out of it. Now, if you went with a non-directional or an omnidirectional repeater, like how much further would that? Obviously, I'm suspecting it's going to be more than half, but
it's
like
going to be
far?
a lot. It's going to be a lot less. Like if you had a Yagi antenna and you're getting a mile with it, then you would probably get 2 acres maybe with a omnidirectional of the same power and everything. Because, of course, depending on, how much power it has and all that's going to be, all that's going to be factors. Because, one's going to have a little better power factor than another one and all that. And there's actually the ones, if you buy just a commercial router, they're all going to be pretty close to each other in power output, because there's like an FCC regulation on that. But one may be a little better than the other. You may get a little better coverage. But the omnidirectional, which is what just a basic antenna is, it's just an omnidirectional antenna. It's not going to give you that much coverage. Because, like I said, that directional antenna, you get basically every bit of it is going in one direction. You stand behind it and not even see it.
All right. See, you learn something new every day.
There's a way you can get kind of a combination of both of them, where you use like a directional antenna and then a dish to spread that signal out, and then you use those like in tandem in order to get a like best of both worlds type thing. But that too has issues with it and everything, because you can get a more widespread coverage, but you're still not getting like a full 360 coverage. Yeah. And plus your distance, you close your distance up a good bit because your signal weakens out a lot sooner, stuff like that. But there's ways that you can play around with it and stuff, but it takes a lot of tinkering, and most of that stuff you can't just go out and buy it. You have to build a lot of it. And even if you're staying within guidelines and within regulations so that you're not going over allowed power output and stuff like that, then a lot of it you still can't really buy commercially. But you can find the like plans and stuff of how to build it fairly easily, pretty much anywhere.
Now, what about power supplies? Say you wanted to extend it to where you could go anywhere on your land if you had a ranch type thing.
Well, see, that's where you would have to use the different directional antennas and stuff. Is you would have to have say you were going to use a combination where you had like a dish and like a Yagi with a dish attached to it to spread the signal out better. And maybe you had a couple of those set up so that you had tandem antennas to give you better coverage. Then on your device that you're going to be using with it, you would also need something that's going to be able to direct you back to where that origin point is to boost your reception, as well as where you're boosting your signal on the output end. You would also be able to boost your ability to receive that signal. So if you would use an external antenna on your like on your laptop, you could hook up an external antenna that's got a Yagi type antenna on it to receive that signal, as well as being able to send it. And that's what people used to do back in the early days of wireless. That's where the Pringles can antenna actually originated at, was using it to receive signal where they could get weak wireless signals. Sometimes out of like skyscrapers. There was a guy up there that's got an open wireless signal, but you can't quite reach it. It's too weak. So you hook a antenna up to your laptop, and now you can, get his Wi-Fi. And that's actually where a lot of that came from, was from people that were basically stealing Wi-Fi.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, I guess in the long term it would be cost efficient, but like I don't know, building all the things you're going to do. I guess yet building it probably isn't nearly as expensive as running a service or getting Wi-Fi service at your place or internet at your place.
Well, back then it was kind of a big deal because wireless was not that widespread yet, and a lot of people still didn't even have internet service themselves, so they were running around the city. They were war driving, is what they called it, and they were basically going around the city and finding open access points and trying to figure out what the best way was for them to be able to use that, because it's an open access point. They're not having to hack into it or anything. It's just there. It's free in the air. And so they were using open wireless access points so that they could use internet. And, then everybody started securing their internet and everything. So it kind of died out. But there for a while, it was a thing. There were people that they used to put these marks on sidewalks and on the side of buildings and stuff to where they would leave code as to where in conjunction to here there's an open Wi-Fi signal that you can access, and like how many blocks over it is and all this stuff.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Like, before people started securing their Wi-Fi signals. Yeah, it was like a big thing. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but people are doing that to like do identity theft type stuff too. It's like
Well, I mean,
its infancy.
yeah, nefarious people probably used that because people that did stuff like that, they probably would, because it would be easy to get into somebody's system that way, especially if they're using all default settings. Then if you can get into their network and they have if they've got a home network set up on their computer, and by default, there for a while, Windows computers were by default already set up with a local network. All you had to do is connect into it, and you can go into any other computers that are connected on that same local network. So if you connect to their wireless router to use their internet, then it would be easy to see what's on their computer, as far as any files that are not secured. So if they had passwords laying around or credit card information or anything like that, then yeah, that would be easily attainable that way.
Yeah, that's how I remember it. Is because it was on the news, and they're not going to say people are just stealing Wi-Fi that way. They're going to, somebody.
Oh yeah, definitely. Though the Wi-Fi thing was definitely more widespread than the other, but yeah, people that did stuff like that, yeah, they were definitely using that because it wouldn't be that difficult to do. Especially not back then, because everything was most things on Windows were kind of open by default. So it wasn't like it was made it easier to set things up. It was up to you to go in and lock things down. It was the default was that it was there and open and ready to use.
I was talking again. I was damn muted. Jesus. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna have to bail. I'm tired. Like I said, I've been up since 5:30 this morning, so
That's cool.
I will talk to you later, sir. You gonna be around tomorrow night? Oh no, you got to work, huh?
I probably won't be around tomorrow night. I may drop by or something, or like before I head off to work or something. But I'm probably won't really be around tomorrow night. I'm gonna try to drop by Sunday evening. If not, then I'll just find notes on whatever you guys talked about. If you guys like they were talking about getting together on Sunday evening or something, but I'll definitely be around probably after the show next Tuesday, and then next Wednesday for our little thing.
Right on. Then I will see you then, dude. You take care of
All right,
yourself.
man.
Have a good time. Try not to have any
All right.
hurricanes hit.
All right, you too.
Later.
Later.